The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-old fillies, price of $50,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $1,845. Scratch the 6 Grapevine. Number 6 Grapevine is a scratch. Main track is fast, turf listed good, post time at 8 minutes.
Six minutes away from the first of 10 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and a lot of these fillies feeling good as they came out into the sun through the tunnel in the cool weather that we're having. Vale of Avsham, at one point the jock had to be jumped off and had to jump back on, so we'll see. It does look like she has settled down quite a bit here, the number 1 horse, as she gets ready to make her debut. This is the 5 horses where we're going to move over to next. Thought she made a nice appearance for Nick Zito and Dreamwalk and Farm. Rafael Bejarano gets the opportunity here today. She's 13-1 in the board. And then the 8 horse at 7-2, the first time starter for Phil Simms, drawn to the outside, as far outside as can be. The jock actually jumped off for a second and got back on Gabe Saez right after the post parade. So there really wasn't a filly that stood out in this race for me from a physical standpoint. They all looked about on par with one another. So we'll see how it plays out. Pretty wide open way to start this first of 10 on the day. Don't forget, this race does start the early pick 5 in just 5 minutes.
Your attention, please. Late scratch, Keeneland's first race, scratch 1, Vale of Evesham. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch 1, Vale of Evesham, scratched by the veterinarian. As a result of that late scratch, no super high five on this opening race. As a result of that late scratch, no super high five on this opening race. So super high five wagers will be refunded for the first. Scratch the 1, Vale of Evesham. Scratch the 6, Grapevine. Again, that late scratch, number 1, Vale of Evesham. No super high five as a result on this first event. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Golden Account comes out running for the early lead. Presley's Rifle is right there, but now backs off because here comes Credit Enhancement and Liberty Bell down to the inside. And Golden Account, though, has the lead by a neck. Liberty Bell going to press the issue now. Moves up and goes on even terms with Golden Account as they head up the back stretch. Credit Enhancement backs away. Sweet Spin on her outside is in third by just ahead, 2 lengths from the front. Then further back, Mindy's Way between horses. And Presley's Rifle, who broke well, has dropped out to the back now, nearly 4 lengths from the front. The field well bunched into the turn, 22.96 for the opening quarter. Back up front, Golden Account is the leader. Sweet Spin second, just off the leader's flank around the far turn. Then a gap of 3 to Credit Enhancement in third. Mindy's Way is in fourth. Liberty Bell drops out to the back of the pack. Presley's Rifle moves up 2 spots from last, but 8 lengths off the lead. And Golden Account has a 4-length advantage, a 5-length lead coming to the 8th pole. Credit Enhancement is second by 3. Mindy's Way is third. Sweet Spin has lost ground and is back to 4th. Then Presley's Rifle in 5th. Golden Account grabbed the racetrack right out of the gate and wins it for Adam Beschizza. Golden Account wins by 2.5. Over Credit Enhancement home second. Mindy's Way was third, and Sweet Spin was fourth.
As it often happens, it's the class droppers going 1-2, and the horse that breaks sharpest in these 2-year-old races gets the victory. Often the case as well. Golden Account just too much for them as she runs off and hides in this race. In the end, a very easy win for this daughter of Overanalyze.
As she broke very sharply today under Adam Beschizza and took the field gate to wire here today. The number 3, Credit Enhancement, with a runner-up performance 7-3-4 unofficially to kick off today's program.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 7 Golden Account first. 3 Credit Enhancement was second. 4 Mindy's Way was third. 8 Sweet Spin was fourth. 7-3-4-8 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the official winner, 7 Golden Account, owned by Barry and Joni Butzo, trained by Joe Sharp. Adam Beschizza is the winning jockey. Golden Account, a 2-year-old filly by Overanalyze out of Scent of Gold by Street Sense. The winner bred in Kentucky by owners Barry and Joni Butzo. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.8 seconds. Results of the first are official, 7-3-4-8, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double in pick 3, wagering start of the early pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $1,845. No changes in this second event. Looking ahead to race 3, scratch the 6, no down days. That's the third race, scratch the 6, no down days. Fourth race, a reminder the turf is listed good. The rail is at 10 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Checking race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. That's in race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 4, Scott Pond, is a gelding.
19 minutes away from your first of two pick four opportunities this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. The early pick four beginning here, 50-cent minimum wager. And you're looking right now at the number 3 horse, who is the favorite at 3-2. Hetty G for CJ Thoroughbreds, a filly by Super Saver, who has found her level in her last 5 starts. She's won 2 of her last 5, and she broke through with a strong performance all the way back at the end of March up at Turfway, and then started to roll from there, picked up her second lifetime win, picked up her third lifetime win last time out. Pretty straightforward filly. If she breaks sharp and finds herself near the front end or on the lead, that's when she's at her best, and you would expect that that's going to be the game plan for her here today. I think she outbreaks the fillies around her pretty easily. The only speed that can probably go with her is She's No Drama, the number 6 horse on the outside, who's 24-1. So a straightforward play here for me on Hetty G, just keeping at a level which makes sense for her given where she's won at as of late, as she shows up here for $8,000. Sworn Silence is the second choice at 3-1 for Steve Asmussen. Makes the Keeneland debut, ran for 8 last time out. Another filly that likes to sit a little close to the pace, and you've got to respect that most recent performance a month ago at Churchill Downs, as she was first off the claim there for Steve Asmussen. He runs her right back in the same spot. So pretty, again, straightforward handicapping here with these top 2 selections as she sits at 3-1. And then finally, Double Down Brit on the inside. First off the claim for Renee Burrell. Calvin in the saddle was second last time out. Gabby, I think this horse will hope that the pace sets up for her, because she'll likely try to come on late. She's making her 41st career start and seeking career win number 10 here this afternoon.
And she's on the board right now at 7-2, so getting some action, as she is your second choice, as we have a heavy favorite and the 3-2 favorite, the number 3, Hetty G. I go in a different direction to the 5, Sworn Silence here. I just thought that her last race was good enough to beat this field here today. She went against open $8,000 claimers, and that's pretty much what she faces once again here. And she has back class. I know she's probably not the same mare as she once was, even last year when she was facing allowance competition, but she is pretty good, and I at least like the fact that she was into the race early last time out. She showed some speed and was unlucky to be beaten a half length that day. So Ricardo Santana Jr. hops back aboard her today. I thought that she was the most logical alternative to the favorite, especially considering the post position. But the 3, Hetty G, she's certainly the horse to beat. She showed speed. She went wire to wire last time out at Belmont Park. Now, I will say, though, she's facing some of these older mares who have a lot more wins on their form than Hetty G. Hetty G only just graduated through the non-winners of 3 lifetime condition last time out, and sometimes I think that is one of the toughest class moves, going from the non-winners of 3 lifetime condition to an open race, and that's what she does today. So I think it's fair to play devil's advocate for a horse that's 6-5. I don't really think that anybody should be 6-5 in this race. And then the 6, She's No Drama, who I'll round it out with. This is one of the kind of an older mare here, but she has 3 lifetime victories, and I think her better races have come before on the dirt. So it's encouraging that her race last time out was good, sprinting on the turf. If you look at some of her races earlier this year and even last year, she was going against pretty solid competition, and I thought that those races were good enough to maybe run into the top 3 at a big price, and she is on the board at a very big price at 23-1. But the betting public on the 3, Hetty G, as their 6-5 favorite for race 2.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. $8,000, the claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double, pick 3, and also started the early pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $1,845. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time in 8 minutes.
Just 6 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. The 3 continues to be the favorite. Hetty G at 6-5. And the 1 continues to get live play, 9-2 on Double Down Brit. Thought she looked nice as she came out onto the racetrack with Calvin Burrell in the saddle. She's seeking her 10th career victory. She's likely going to have to either stay on the inside and hope that she gets the splits or come around horses from off the pace, given the way that we've seen her run over the course of her career. Just clicked up to 5-1, but thought that she looked nice out there on the track. That is the number 1 horse, Double Down Brit. The number 3 horse, Hetty G, she's not the biggest, but she's quick. That's the bottom line. You see her out on the racetrack. That's where she's getting her quickness from that small frame, and she looks well enough. But Gabby was right in talking about the fact that she's stepping up against these older, classy mares that she is in this spot. That's going to be one thing that she's going to have to contend with here this afternoon. But her game is speed. She needs to break sharp in here to be successful. And then let's go over to a big price horse who is currently sitting at 24-1, 25-1. She's no drama with Perry Utes. Perry Utes back here for a second time on the meet at Keeneland Racecourse. Number 6 all-time rider as far as wins are concerned in racing history. And this mare has run a couple of good races over at Belterra. She looked nice out there. You can see the muscle definition on her shoulder and her hind end. So at 25-1, maybe consider her underneath or if you're feeling aggressive on top. 5 minutes away from race number 2 here at Keeneland. Once again, start of the first of 2 Pick 4 opportunities today.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early Pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes head first out for the lead, but Jero Kate stepped quicker down to the inside. Jero Kate now moves up the rail, has the advantage 3/4 of a length. Hetty G kicks in between horses to challenge for the top spot, just a neck off the leader. Head first is there to her outside. Money in the Stars is fourth. Out in the center of the track. The front four line up at the entry to the far turn. Sworn Silence is down toward the inside at fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, and is in that fifth position by just a head. She's No Drama is alongside of her in sixth. Gap of 3 more back to Altered Dream, and a gap of 7 more back of that one. Double Down Brit is last. 22.47 seconds for the opening quarter. Hetty G is the leader, coming off the far turn by 2 lengths. Money in the Stars is in second position, has to go to the center of the track off the turn to try to reel in Hetty G. 3 lengths, though, separate the top two as they come toward the 8th pole. Hetty G is the leader by 3.5 lengths. Back to Money in the Stars, then Sworn Silence toward the inside is challenging for that third spot. Jero Kate is now fourth. 16th pole, Hetty G, Gerardo Corrales in front. Hetty G to win it. Money in the Stars second, Sworn Silence third, Jero Kate fourth, and Altered Dream was fifth.
About as straightforward of a race as you'll come across this week at Keeneland. Didn't take her long to get to the lead. She didn't break on top, Gabby. It was the 2, but she got to the lead before the turn and kept on going. Hetty G keeps on winning.
Yeah, back-to-back victories for this 4-year-old daughter of Super Saver, getting the victory here for trainer Wesley Ward and Gerardo Corrales, going off as your 4-5 favorite and getting the job done. But a nice runner-up performance from the 8. Money in the Stars coming in off of a 14-month layoff at 8-1. 3-8-5-2 unofficially in race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 3, Hetty G was first. 8, Money in the Stars second. 5, Sworn Silence was third. The 2, Jero Kate was fourth. And the 4, Altered Dream was fifth. 3, 8, 5, 2, 4. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, 3, Hetty G, owned by C.J. Thoroughbreds of Corey and C.J. Johnson, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales the jockey. Hetty G, a 4-year-old filly by Super Saver out of Sam's Bliss by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Double R Stables LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.53 seconds. Race 2, results official. 38524, the official results for Keeneland second. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,423. In the third race, scratch the 6, no down days. Again, scratch 6, no down days. Fourth race, a reminder the turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Checking race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. That's in race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. Contrary to the program, number 4, Scott Pond, is a gelding.
20 minutes out from race number 3 here at Keeneland. 2-year-old fillies will be going 6 furlongs on the main track, and we're looking right now at Empress Catherine, the 8-5 favorite, the number 7 horse, daughter of Nyquist, one of the leading freshman crop sires here in 2020. This filly, a half to 3 other winners, including a stakes winner, has had some nice workouts like the 5/8 work that she put together here at Keeneland. 2 works back out of the gate and then came back with a 3 furlong breeze in 37-3. We saw Steve Asmussen do the same thing with that breakout star Nashville, just put in a 3/8 workout a few days before the race, and same thing 5 days out. So we'll see if she's ready to go. She always was intended to be a nice filly. She brought $385,000 back in 2019. So Steve Asmussen, a first-time starter, a lot to like about Empress Catherine. Pedigree, looks, the works, it all comes together here today. We'll see what she's up to here in 20 minutes out on the racetrack during the competition. Little Stitious is the 3-horse who I'll go to as my second choice for Joe Politti, a filly by Go Sapper, trained by Tom Amos. This is a filly that's run 3 consecutive good races between Indiana Grand, Ellis Park, and over at Churchill Downs, and we'll see if she can put it together here today. She's got a nice draw. Post 3 should suit her, given her style, and the one advantage that she has over the favorite, she's got that racing experience. There's no substitution for experience in any aspect of sport. So we'll see how Little Stitious does here for the Tom Amos operation. And then finally, the rail filly for Brad Cox. Kent Spellman, Matacat Stable, the owners of this flatter filly. She too's run some good races. I think the cutback in distance is going to be key for her, and she needs to have that same sort of speed that she had away from the gate 2 starts back during the summer meet. That's going to be what puts her in a good position. She can't break slowly and try to make up ground against the quality, I think, that she's facing here today. So, Gabby, I'm going Captain Obvious here with the first, second, and third choices in race number 3, which gets underway in 19 minutes.
Well, you and I both, Scott, just in a different order here, but I did land on the 3, Little Stitious, as the top selection. Her last race was actually quite good, and it just seems like each and every race she just is super consistent, and today's post position, I think, will be perfect for her because she has speed, but she can also stalk and rate effectively behind horses. So now David Cohen is back aboard her here today. He had experience on this 2-year-old filly by Go Sapper last time out. She was just unfortunate to catch the likes of Midnight Ballerina, who was a very live first-time starter for trainer Bill Mott. Actually, that filly did go off as the favorite in that race, and she was very impressive. So maybe a little bit of an easier group today. That's why I did give her the preference here, the number 3, Little Stitious, on top. The 7, Empress Catherine. You have to pay attention to the board in races like this, and the board is telling us that Empress Catherine is a live first-time starter. You get the precocity. She's a 2-year-old by Nyquist. She's out of the Empire Maker mare, Asian Empress, which makes her a half to a horse by the name of Tea Time, who actually won her second start, and she was a stakes winner at 2 and 3 years old. So not only was she effective early, but she was also still good as a 3-year-old. So you get a lot of run early, win early type of pedigree with the 7, Empress Catherine, and she's well posted to the outside. And then finally, the 1, Patty H. I figured she'd get bet here. She's 5-2 as the second choice on the board. She would be a play against for me in this race. Now, I did use her third, but I just don't think she's coming out of the strongest races. Her last race, when they stretched her out in distance, clearly she's just a little bit of a better sprinter. But I didn't think her race here at Keeneland came up all that tough. We've seen Pouillet Timing come back and run twice, and she just hasn't really been in form. Even her first race I didn't think was that tough at Churchill Downs. So I really do think she's going to have to improve in order to win here, but she should be able to have speed from the rail post position under Florent Giroux. 7-2 right now on the 1, Patty H. But for me, it's a 3, Little Stitious. For the betting public, it's the first-time starter, the 7, Empress Catherine.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third, the Lovely Maid. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 6, No Down Days. Number 6, No Down Days, is a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,423. $2,423. Post time coming up in just 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse, as we've got 2-year-old fillies on track, and the one horse had some pep in her step. Patty H, as she came out onto the track, and she continues to have that. The daughter of Flatter, as she gets set to make her 4th career start. I think it's encouraging to see her acting the way that she is, given the rail draw that she has. She needs to be quick away from the starting gate. So 5-2, she's taken some play here, as you would expect, coming out of the Brad Cox barn with those good sprint efforts that she had to start her career. The 3-horse Little Stitious for Tom Amos. Another good-looking filly, the Keeneland graduate from 2019 at the September sale, $190,000 purchase, warming up nicely as well. She sits at 7-2. I think her draw is a big advantage that she has in here. She's off the rail, but she's not too far out, and she'll be able to get good position, which has been key in all of these races, especially these sprint races here this meet at Keeneland. And then finally the 7, that is Empress Catherine, the near $400,000 purchase from 2019, the daughter of Nyquist, who is a stakes winner, and we'll see how she fares here today. We'll see if she's able to break sharply from the outside post. You would expect that she will be able to, given those gate workouts that she's put in for trainer Steve Asmussen. So high expectations for the daughter of Nyquist as she makes her debut here today. Good-looking group of 2-year-old fillies, all behaving nicely. Thought the one made the best appearance, though, as far as in the post parade. That was Patty H for trainer Brad Cox. What are you asking, Jeffrey?
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Lovely Maid. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Euphoric. Euphoric outrunning for the early lead. Smarty's Angel goes with her to the front in the opening strides. Hybrid Eclipse comes away running in third, just off that front pair. The gap of 2 to Patty H, who travels in fourth early on. Fourth by a half length to Little Stitious in fifth. Empress Catherine is down to the rail now in sixth, running 7 lengths off the early lead. Break of nearly 7 more back of her to Trail Town Queen. Opening quarter went 22.21 seconds. Onto the far turn, Euphoric leading Smarty's Angel by 3/4 of a length. And Patty H seeking to join them has to go to the far outside. Here's Patty H from third, now taking second within a length of the leader. Hybrid Eclipse in behind that front trio. In fourth, break of 5 more back to Little Stitious. Empress Catherine is still far back toward the rail. Euphoric the leader, Patty H trying to get alongside of her. Less than a length separate the top two. Now on even terms into the final furlong. Hybrid Eclipse, then Little Stitious, who runs late on the outside from fourth. Patty H and Euphoric going at it. Little Stitious is third. Hybrid Eclipse is fourth. Patty H and Euphoric. Here comes Little Stitious down to the line. It'll be one of these three. In fact, it's going to be Little Stitious, who rallies up to win for David Cohen.
The Keeneland September sales graduate, Little Stitious, using the length of the stretch to get there. And oftentimes we see horses go gate to wire in these 2-year-old races. Not the case here. A very impressive victory for the daughter of Ghost Sapper for Joel Politi. Little Stitious taking the third.
Yeah, it looked like at one point she was heading in the wrong direction, Scott. It certainly didn't look like she was going to be able to pull off a victory here today, but David Cohen kept after her, and she closed from off of the pace to get up in the nick of time. And her owner, Joel Politi, telling me before the race, He's not superstitious, he's little-stitious. Well, it definitely paid off here today. She gets the victory at 5-2. Congratulations to the Connections.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 3, Little Stitious was first. 1, Patty H was second. 2, Euphoric was third. 5, Hybrid Eclipse was fourth. 4, Smarties Angel fifth. 31254, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Lovely Maid, the unofficial winner, number 3, Little Stitious, owned by Joel Politti, trained by Tom Amos, David Cohen, the jockey. Now the official winner, number 3, Little Stitious, a 2-year-old filly by Ghost Sapper out of Broadway Play by Quality Road. Winner bred in Kentucky by Mercedes Stables, LLC. Keeneland Sales Graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 12.94 seconds. 31254, the official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $3,402. The turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. That's in race 5, scratch 3, Russian Guy. Contrary to the program, number 4, Scott Pond is a gelding. Sixth race has no changes at this time.
20 minutes out from race number 4 here at Keeneland. This is a 2-year-old race on the turf course for maidens. Maiden special weight worth $70,000. The current favorite is the number 10 horse Tapwood, who tries grass for the first time and was stakes placed against dirt runners in the Sapling at Monmouth back last month at early September. But I'm going to go to the number 6 horse, Hard Knocking, is my top play. 4-1 right now on the son of Noble Mission. Made a big leap forward in his second career start, and that went from Ellis sprinting 5.5 to the 6.5 sprint, we'll call it, at Kentucky Downs, even though we know that it's a bit more than just a sprint when you're racing at Kentucky Downs going 6.5. I think that the 2 turns will suit this horse. He's got the pedigree, the stamina, and that good recent race to suggest that he should be able to handle 2 turns without a problem. He's 4-1 right now as he gets some love down there, as he gets saddled. Hard Knocking, my top selection here in race number 4. Then go to the number 9 horse, Command Central, for Dale Romans. This is a colt by Kitten's Joy, who came on in his most recent start, was part of a slow pace. I guess that would be the concern, of the slow pace that he encountered and was part of, and was unable to hold on and finished third, beaten 3/4 of a length. But we'll see if this colt can make a step forward here today as Julian Leperoux gets the call. He's also 4-1. A lot of 4-1 opportunities right now in this race. And then I'm going to go to a big price in the 3rd slot. Lavish McTavish for Ranjan Racing Incorporated, son of California Chrome out of Moulin de Mougine, the daughter of Curlin. The second she was a runner, stakes winner, won the John C. Mabie at Del Mar Grade 2 event back in 2014. And the second dam of this colt was a absolute superstar down the hillside turf course at Santa Anita. Cambria Corsa was her name. She was trained by Doug O'Neill, and just about every time that they ran her down the hill, she would win. So this is a family that I'm very familiar with. They've been very good through the years. He does have a tough draw on the outside, but at 27-1, if he's anything like the female side, and obviously his father, California Chrome, a multiple Grade 1 winner and Grade 1 winner on turf as well, he should be just fine. So 6, 9, and 11, Gabby, in a very good 2-year-old maiden race on grass.
It really is. I kind of had a tough time with this race just because, you know, there are so many horses in here that are first-time starters, and also horses doing this for the first time, whether it be the surface change or a distance change. And, you know, that's why I couldn't quite settle on the 10 Tapwood, because this horse, to me, has to improve and has to prove that he will be okay on the turf. I went to a horse that's just been in good form doing the same thing in the last 2 starts, and that's Command Central as the top pick here at 4-1 for trainer Dale Romans. He has improved in each of his starts. 5 furlongs in his debut, and then stretching out to a distance of ground at Saratoga. And then finally, last time out, I actually thought he ran a really good race. He was forwardly placed. He was just beaten 3/4 of a length. So in a race where there's a lot of horses doing something new for the first time, I'm going to a horse that's improving and has proven that he can go 2 turns on the turf effectively. The number 10 horse, Tapwood, he does get to the turf for the first time today. As I mentioned, he's a late foal, May foal. So, you know, maybe he is a horse that just needs some time to find himself and mature into himself. He definitely has a superb pedigree, homebred from Godolphin. He's by Tappet. He's out of Better Lucky. She was a 2-time Grade 1 winner on the turf and also Grade 1 placed on the dirt. So she was very versatile in her racing career. And this horse, we could hopefully see an improvement on the turf surface today. But I still think he has to improve dramatically in order to win this race. And that's why I just could not quite pick him as the favorite at 3-1. And then finally, the 3, Pure Courage, is the horse that I'll throw into the mix at a bit of a price just from his pedigree alone. He's by declaration of war, son of Warfront, and he's out of Hello Dearie, a daughter of Giant's Causeway. So this horse is definitely impeccably bred for 2 turns on the turf. And the mare is also a half to a Grade 2 winner on the turf. So you get a lot of turf influence on the female side. And, of course, the presence of declaration of war on the top side here. Ron McQuet, you know, he hasn't started many 2-year-olds this season, but I do like the looks of this horse. He looks prepared and ready to go. A little chilly on the board at 13-1, but it's no surprises. There's, you know, a couple of horses in here that have had starts, but I just thought that this was a really nice pedigree, you know, relating to the surface and the distance here today. Good looking chestnut colt there in the paddock. We'll get a closer look at some of these individuals in just a moment as we are 15 minutes out from race 4, a good group of 2-year-olds going a mile on the turf.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Parading Lady. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 1 mile over the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double, pick 3, and also Super High 5 wagering here. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $3,402. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
6 minutes away from this 2-year-old maiden race on the grass courses where they will compete. And we'll start with Pure Courage, the number 3 horse, who is 11-1 right now on the board. Thought this colt made a nice appearance as he came out with the pony. Son of Declaration of War out of a Giants Causeway mare, so that is turf on turf as far as the pedigree is concerned. Distance should not be an issue either based on that pedigree. Joe Talamo's presence with Ron Marquette, certainly encouraging. Watch out for him just based on looks alone and pedigree at 11-1, Pure Courage. Tour the World, like the way that this colt started moving. Once the pony picked it up, he picked it up, and you can see he's feeling good in his warm-up as well. A colt by Tourist. He tried a mile race last time out in the race in which there was the gate malfunction at Kentucky Downs. So we'll see if he can come forward off of that event. He does look good out there. He's another big priced horse, 27-1 in the win pools right now. And then finally, let's go over to the number 8 horse, Optimus Cat. This is a big, long colt. Just thought that he really looks good. And his last race was sneaky all right. He was also part of that race at Kentucky Downs, which turned out to be declared a non-wagering event. His debut at Ellis was fine. Distance will not be an issue. He should have a big, long stride on him. There he is, a colt by Optimizer for Calumet Farm. He is currently sitting at 11-1. So some price horses to consider based on looks in here, the 3, the 4, and the 8, as we are 4 minutes away from race number 4, 2-year-olds on the turf.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Parading Lady. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes low tide warning for the lead. Here's Hard Knocking moving up toward the outside. These two come to the front together. Command Central is away running third toward the center of the course with Optimus Cat and Tapwood, who's going to be caught very wide into the first turn. Tapwood out toward the center of the course, running about 7 lengths off the lead here early on. Back up front, low tide warning, leads it by just a neck onto the backstretch. Hard Knocking is second and draws alongside, now puts ahead in front. Gap of 4 to Optimus Cat, third a neck. Risk Manager fourth toward the inside by 2 lengths. Then Command Central is fifth by a neck, followed by He's Pure Gold, who is sixth down toward the inside. Tapwood is running in seventh, settles down now about 7 lengths from the front. And then comes Pure Courage, who's in the 8th position as they head for the far turn. And then further back in the pack, Bourbon Highway, who's down toward the inside. Master of War, who's caught in between horses as they move on to the turn. And Lavish McTavish at the back, along with Tour the World, who's toward the outside. 22.56 for the quarter, 46.88 seconds for the opening half mile. Hard Knocking has gotten away on a 4-length lead, a 5-length lead turning for home. Risk Manager going to try to do something about that. Moves up the inside in second, now changes lanes toward the outside, still 3 lengths away. He's Pure Gold is third down toward the inside. Optimus Cat and Tapwood from the far outside. And then Low Tide Warning. Risk Manager puts ahead in front from Hard Knocking in second. He's Pure Gold is third. Tapwood is fourth. Risk Manager kicking on for the wire for Tyler Gaffaleone. Risk Manager to win it. Hard Knocking was second. He's Pure Gold was third. And then Tapwood across the line in fourth. And Lavish McTavish made up a lot of ground to be fifth.
Trainer Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffaleone back at it again here at Keeneland, this time with a first-time starter for the Ramses, a homebred son of Lookin' at Lucky. Risk Manager doing it on debut.
Yeah, there were a couple of horses that were caught wide going into the first turn. Some troubled trips in here as well, but Tyler Gaffaleone steered this horse clear to get an unencumbered trip today and getting the victory. This horse was bet, too, for a first-time starter. Gets it done at 4-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 5, Risk Manager was first. 6, Hard Knocking was second. 7, He's Pure Gold was third. 10, Tapwood was fourth. 11, Lavish McTavish was fifth. 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. The unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the parading lady, the unofficial winner, number 5, Risk Manager, owned and bred in Kentucky by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, trained by Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Risk Manager, a 2-year-old son of Lookin' at Lucky, out of Katura by Kitten's Joy, 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 36.33 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, the official results for Keeneland's fourth race. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. Carryover $17,574. Also a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $5,698. Main track is fast. The turf is good today. In race 5, scratch 3 Russian Guy. 3 Russian Guy scratched. Contrary to the program, the 4 Scott Pond is a gelding. Race 6 has no changes at this time. Race 7 has no changes. Looking to the 8th race, scratch the 2 Honest Mischief. That's the 8th race, scratch 2 Honest Mischief. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 8. Race 9, the featured Pin Oak Valley View, scratch the 2 In Good Spirits, and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Scratch 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7 Pranked. The jockey is 1 pound over. 10th race, scratch the 6 Destiny's Darling. That's the 10th race, scratch the 6 Destiny's Darling.
Race number 5 is 16 minutes to post. This race does start the pick 6 this afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse, and it'll begin with a maiden 30 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 1 mile and 1/8 on the main track. Tribulation is where I will start the number 2 horse in here for trainer Dallas Stewart, a horse that sprinted at 6.5 furlongs, drew the rail on debut, was outrun a bit during that race, and now gets to stretch out with a pedigree that suggests he should be able to. So watch out for Dallas Stewart's runner here, and also takes a slight drop down in class. I think that performance was good enough to think that he will be able to handle this group here today. 8-5 is what he's sitting at. Tribulation, my top selection, going a route for the first time. The 8 horse is Poppy's Prize for Carlo Vaccarezza. Takes a big drop down in class. It's a simple angle. It's very much an angle that is used each and every day, multiple times, if you play these races with us here at Keeneland on the afternoons that we cover this race, when we're here for racing. When you drop in class, you're going to get faster, and that's what's happening here. So it gets a lot of class relief from his last 2 starts, both of which came at Churchill Downs, especially his debut where he ran into Yaupon, one of the leading contenders for this year's Breeders' Cup Sprint right here at Keeneland Racecourse. So J&J Stables, Carlo Vaccarezza, Gerardo Corrales has done some good here at the meet as well. Right now sitting at 6-1 on Poppy's Prize. Again, dropped in class, the angle there. And then Scott Pond, same situation, drops in class, colt by Lemon Drop Kid for Vicky Oliver. I was just out at Lane's End Farm earlier this week. Gabby got a chance to see the old veteran Lemon Drop Kid still producing runners, and he himself a graded stakes winner on the dirt, Lemon Drop Kid. So we'll see if that translates here for this colt as he tries dirt for the first time and takes that big drop down in class. 2-8-4 in a race that will begin the pick 6 here this afternoon.
Scott, you and I see this race similarly. I, too, went to the 2 Tribulation here for trainer Dallas Stewart. I think in this smaller type field, this horse will be able to be on the lead. Now, the 1 Tis Light the Way, he could be pretty close to the pace, but with the added distance for the 2 Tribulation, I do think he might have the tactical advantage, and he just simply looked like a horse that needed more distance in his debut, and he gets that today, stretching out to the 9 furlong distance and the drop in class. So all of these things, in my opinion, make him probably the horse to beat here for trainer Dallas Stewart. Now the 7, Jack's Fireballs, he's one that drops down in class, but he's also been exposed at the maiden $20,000 level. But he at least has been consistent enough that I think you could definitely use him to run into the mix here. He's 4-1, not a great price on a horse like this. And I do think you have to consider some of these other horses dropping in class, and he's kind of, maintaining at the maiden claiming level. So for a win prospect, I'm not crazy about him, but his consistency, I think you definitely have to use him in those exotics like the Exacta and Trifecta. And then finally, the number 6, Macon Tracks, the other one of Dallas Stewart's horses, and he too gets added distance for the first time on the dirt, should say, or at least in quite some time. They stretched him out in distance to 1 1/16 last time out on the turf against maiden special weight competition. But his race 2 starts back, I thought, was actually quite good. That was off of a pretty lengthy layoff, a gap from November 2019 to August 2020. So a very long gap there. And all considering that, I thought he really ran well. Definitely outran his odds at 26-1 to finish third in that field of 6. So I did think that, when you're looking at both of the Dallas Stewart horses, I think this horse offers a much, much better price at 8-1 versus 9-5. And I really didn't see them being that different from each other. So I would definitely include both of these horses in the first leg of the pick 6. And if you're just betting to win, well, I think the 6 offers much better value here at 8-5. But the 2 Tribulation is 9-5 on the board here as Dallas Stewart sends out both the 2 and the 6. We'll see what happens here as we are 12 minutes out from the 5th to start the pick 6. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. Maidens age 3 and up, $30,000 claiming price, a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with that $17,000 carryover. Scratched the 3 Russian Guy, number 3 Russian Guy scratched. A reminder that contrary to the program, number 4 Scott Pond is a gelding. Post time coming up in just 6 minutes. One clarification, no blinkers for the 4 Scott Pond. Did not wear them last time, does not wear them today. Don't forget, carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $5,698, and the carryover for the pick 6, just over $17,000.
Five minutes away from race number 5, and it's going to be all about who wants to go this far. I thought the 1, Tis Light the Way, looked well. Nice bounce to his step as he came up for the post parade. Continues to warm up nicely here. The son of Tis Way for trainer Tim Glyshaw has shown some speed in the past and ran. Last time that he ran on the dirt going long was at Indiana Grand, and he sat close. They're going to take the blinkers off here. It's a strong angle on horses that have shown speed, getting them to relax out on the front end. He looks well within himself and relaxed right now as he readies for this mile and an eighth test. 5-1 right now on Tis Light the Way, looking good out on the racetrack. The number 5 horse, another one that looked well, that is a 13-1 shot currently on the tote board. Tis the Journey for Nick Zito. He's a horse that has been outrun quite a bit over the course of his recent career, and so we'll see if he's able to run to his looks. Son of Tis Now, you would expect him to be able to get this distance. Biggest price on the board right now at 13-1, but he is a good-looking gelding out there on the racetrack. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Jack's Fireballs for Tom Vanberg. Thought this colt was feeling good, and he continues to in his warm-up. You got to like what you're seeing here with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle. A Keeneland graduate, purchased in 2017 at the September sale for just $10,000. He'll likely be making a run late, and we'll see if he can step up in trip here this afternoon. 1, 5, and 7 as far as the looks. As far as the top play, it still remains the 2 at 2-1 as he gets set to route for the first time. 4 minutes away from race number 5 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race. Start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. Tribulation went to his knees at the start. Tis Light the Way comes out for the lead. Poppy's Prize is there toward the outside. Jack's Fireballs gets away in third. Joe Talamo quickly scooping up Tribulation and getting him safely over to the rail into the fourth position to save some ground around the first turn after that awkward beginning. Macon Tracks is fifth toward the outside here early on, followed by Scott Pond, who travels next to last, and Tis the Journey is last. 24.65 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Poppy's Prize, outward from the rail, leads it by just a half length. Tis Light the Way is second by a length and a half. Jack's Fireballs is third by 2.5 lengths. Tribulation fourth by a neck. Macon Tracks fifth on the outside of that one. Scott Pond is in sixth, a half length. And Tis the Journey is last at the midpoint of the backstretch. 50.01 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Tis Light the Way toward the inside now has the lead by a neck. Poppy's Prize is second by a length and a half to Jack's Fireballs, who stalks the pace from third a length and a half. Tribulation is fourth by just ahead. Macon Tracks is fifth up on the outside. Scott Pond, and then Tis the Journey as they move midway on the far turn. Tis Light the Way and Poppy's Prize continue to go at it. Jack's Fireballs a length and a half off that front pair, looking toward the far outside from third. Gap of 3 back to Tribulation, who's fourth, and Macon Tracks is fifth as they move to the quarter pole. Poppy's Prize has the lead off the turn. Here comes Jack's Fireballs on the outside to challenge for the top spot, and Tis Light the Way is now third back toward the rail. Macon Tracks is in fourth. Into the final furlong, Jack's Fireballs, a narrow lead by a half length, now by a length, drawing clear from Poppy's Prize in second. Macon Tracks third, Tis the Journey fourth, but Jack's Fireballs and Ricardo Santana Jr. have won it. Further back, it was Poppy's Prize home second, going to be close for third.
Jack's Fireballs, the Keeneland graduate, picks up win number 1 in his career. Congratulations to Tom Vanberg and JVB Legacy Racing LLC. Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle, the son of Liaison, dashes away from him in the final 8.
He got a perfect trip stalking behind the pace today. Unfortunately, the 2 Tribulation, who went off as the 2-1 favorite, did not get the perfect trip, stumbling out of the starting gate. Maybe another day for him, but the 7, Jack's Fireballs, does get the job done here at 5-2, and a nice price in second, the 8, at 13-1.
Photo for show, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 7 Jack's Fireballs first, 8 Poppy's Prize was second, 5 Tis the Journey third, 6 Macon Tracks was fourth, and 1 Tis Light the Way was fifth. 7, 8, 5, 6, 1 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 7, Jack's Fireballs, owned by JVB Legacy Racing, LLC, of trainer Tom Van Berg, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Jack's Fireballs, a 4-year-old son of Liaison, out of Clancy's Candy by Candy Ride. The winner bred in Kentucky by Mike Abram. 9 furlongs over the fast main track today, 1 minute 53.87 seconds. Results are now official. 7, 8, 5, 6, 1, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the super high 5 jackpot, $6,776. No changes in this sixth race. Looking ahead, no changes in the seventh. In the eighth race, scratch the 2 Honest Mischief. That's in the eighth race, scratch 2 Honest Mischief. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 8. Featured ninth, the Pin Oak Valley View. Scratch the 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7 Pranked. The jockey 1 pound over. 10th and final race, scratch the 6 Destiny's Darling. That's the 10th and final race, scratch the 6 Destiny's Darling. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The late pick 5 gets underway here in race 6. Credit Enhancement is second by 3. Mindy's Way is third. Sweet Spin has lost ground and is back to fourth. Then Presley's Rifle in fifth. Golden Account grabbed the racetrack right out of the gate and wins it for Adam Beschizza. Golden Account wins. by 2.5. Hetty G is the leader by 3.5 lengths. Back to Money in the Stars. Then Sworn Silence toward the inside is challenging for that third spot. Jero Kate is now fourth. 16th pole, Hetty G, Gerardo Corrales in front. Hetty G to win it. Money in the Stars second, Sworn Silence third. Less than a length separate the top two. Now on even terms into the final furlong. Hybrid Eclipse, then Little Stitious, who runs late on the outside from fourth. Patty H and Euphoric going at it. Little Stitious is third. Hybrid Eclipse is fourth. Patty H and Euphoric. Here comes Little Stitious. Down to the line. It'll be one of these three. In fact, it's going to be Little Stitious. Optimus Cat and Tapwood from the far outside, and then Low Tide Warning. Risk Manager puts ahead in front from Hard Knocking in second. He's Pure Gold is third. Tapwood is fourth. Risk Manager kicking on for the wire for Tyler Gaffaleone. Risk Manager to win it. Jack's Fireballs, a narrow lead by a half length, now by a length, drawing clear from Poppy's Prize in second, Macon Tracks third, Tis the Journey fourth, but Jack's Fireballs and Ricardo Santana Jr. have won it.
"16 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll begin with a $30,000 claiming event going 6 furlongs on the main track. And you're looking right now at the number 4 horse, who is the 5-2 favorite, Vice Versa, for the Asmussen operation, a gelding by Speightstown, who ran twice going long at Lone Star Park in entry-level allowance company and recently was second. I think the cutback in distance is significant for him. We talked about this on Today at Keeneland this morning, Gabby and I. His performance at Oaklawn Park is more indicative of what you should be able to expect from him today when he won that starter 50 by 2 1/4 lengths and stopped the clock in 1:10 flat. So back to sprinting is the key for this son of Speightstown here today, as he sits at odds of 5-2. The 3 not far off of him in the wagering. He too 5-2. Complexifier for Brian Lynch. It's all about the class drop for this colt. He at one point looked like he was going to turn out to be a nice one. He ran him against Stakes Company. He was third in the Buffalo Man Stakes in November of last year, but off of that comeback just could not compete in 2 other than allowance races, as he has run twice here at the age of 3. Oftentimes you'll see young horses ahead of the curve, and perhaps he was just one of those horses that was, but we'll see him drop down in class today. Should be able to wake him up and get him back more towards the form that we saw from him, and he does have a win over the course. He's 1 for 2 in his career competing here at Keeneland. And then the 8 horse on the outside is currently sitting at 7-1. That's Adhar for Tom Amos. Winner last time out for 30 against Non-2 Company. Has an outside post, which is preferable. for a horse with his style. He actually won from the rail, and that's an impressive feat to be able to do that, Gabby, with the way that he won that race. So we'll see if he can keep going. He's got to contend with these class droppers, but he is a horse that at least has winning form that you can lean on as he sits at 7-1.
Exactly. There are a couple of horses who are coming in off of layoffs, who are dropping, but at least we know that this horse has recency and he has been in good form lately. I think a very fair price on the board right now at 7-1. But I too land on the 4, vice versa. I think the layoff is really no concern for me. It's not that long of a layoff, and obviously this is a sprint distance. I'm hoping that this horse can make the lead here today. The only other horse that could vie for that lead front-running position would be the 3, Complexifier. He did not get out of the gate very well last time out, but with the drop in class, he could be just as fast. At least the 4, vice versa, is posted to his outside and kind of has the upper hand in that regard. But he's good, and I just think that this is an aggressive placement, or the right placement, really, for vice versa at the $30,000 level today. The number 9, Stay Happy, comes in off of a much longer layoff. We haven't seen this horse since December of last year. And I guess it's just a little bit curious that he does come back for the $30,000 tag, as he got a 90 buyer speed figure the last time he was on the dirt, and that was against starter allowance competition. So maybe this just is the right placement for this horse off of the layoff, but I still have my reservations and questions. However, he is 7-1. I thought he would be a much shorter price than he is currently. The number 8, Adhar, is the 3rd selection, but in some ways I actually think he's probably the horse to beat. He has the right type of running style to just stalk from behind the pace. He's got a decent outside post position. David Cohen was aboard him last time out, and it was a very confident ride. It was an easy victory, and he pretty much just moves along a lateral move to, this spot here today. But he's a horse that's been in form. He has back races to suggest that last race wasn't any bit of a fluke. Just think this is the right spot. This is how Tom Amoss wins as many races as he does, because he knows how to spot his horses in these claiming races. So 6-1, a very fair price on the 8. Adhar is the 3rd selection. 4, 9, 8 for me in the 6th race, as this is the first leg of the late pick 5.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's sixth race, waiver claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. The price, $30,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $6,776. No changes in race 6. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes out from the sixth race to start the late pick 5 sequence. And this race to be conducted on the main track at 6 furlongs. We're taking a closer look at the number 9, Stay Happy, and he certainly looks happy on track here today. I definitely wanted to take a closer look at this horse on track because he is coming in off of a pretty lengthy layoff. We haven't seen him since December of last year. But looking at his physical makeup, he certainly looks fit off of the layoff, and he also doesn't look like that big of a horse that would be difficult to prepare off of a layoff to get fit in the morning. And you can kind of see that from his past races too. He was quick enough and good enough to win in his first race, so usually that translates well for horses that come off very long layoffs as well. So he's on track, ears forward, focused, looks good, and is certainly acting very well on track today too. So all positive signs for this horse off of the layoff. The 8, Adhar, he definitely is built like a sprinter, just a very strong looking individual. Now he has tried going a distance of ground. He's tried sprinting. I think they have finally figured out exactly what this horse wants, and that is to go one turn and sprint and hopefully close into a little bit of a pace or get a stalking trip. But this just seems like a logical spot for a horse that's been in form. He too is carrying very nice flesh on the track today, so all good things from the 8, Adhar, as well. And then finally the number 2, Cabot. This was a horse that I was curious about as a price, 10-1. Now I'm not too familiar with this horse's previous behavior, but he is sharp, he is fresh. He's acting a little bit silly on the track, too. He is listed as a gelding today for the first time, but the blinkers do go on him. So many changes going into this race today. He's sharp. I'm curious to see what he's going to show coming out of the starting gate here today. First off, the claim for Renee Borel. But, Scott, I know you were just chatting with Tommy Drury, the trainer of the 9, Stay Happy. What did he have to say about his runner today?
Well, I first of all asked him why is he so good at bringing these horses off of long layoffs, because the stats do not lie. He's 24% in bringing horses back off of a lengthy layoff. And he said it's just about spotting him in the right place. Said they had to stop on him once in between this break, and so they brought him back here. They're running, to run him here for 30, and he feels like he's got him in a good spot. He'd like to see him about mid-pack, so we'll see if that trip develops under Corey Lannery. He's 6-1 right now. Again, that's the Tom Drury runner. Stay Happy coming off this layoff, which Tom Drury has proven time and time again that he's very good in getting him ready off the layoff. You got 4 minutes to play, race 6.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Vice versa. Donald's Creek have speed. There goes Cabot. Cabot moves up one lane off the rail, and there goes Duplicator with him. Duplicator up the inside, now puts ahead in front. Cabot goes second by just a length. Vice versa is third. Donald's Creek is fourth up on the outside. Complexifier is fifth down toward the inside. And then Cardiac Kitten, a wide sixth. Elgar is in seventh. Adhar is eighth and running sixth from the front into the far turn. And Stay Happy is ninth and last around the turn. Cabot and Duplicator joined by Vice Versa. That's the battle for the lead. Donald's Creek makes it a four-way shuffle, and Cardiac Kitten would love to make it a five-way battle for the lead as the field moves off the far turn. Less than a length now separating the top five. Vice Versa and Donald's Creek moving forward together. Cardiac Kitten tries to join them center of the racetrack. These three come forward as Vice Versa has a head in front. There's Duplicator trying to fight back to the inside. Donald's Creek and Vice Versa, though, are going at it for the lead. A gap of three back to Duplicator. Stay Happy's going to run late toward the rail. It is Vice Versa and Donald's Creek and Stay Happy coming up the inside. Vice Versa, Stay Happy inside, Donald's Creek outside. Vice Versa prevails for Ricardo Santana Jr.
Back to sprinting and back to the winner's circle for Vice Versa, but boy, did he have to work for it. Great call again by Kurt Becker as they were stacked about five wide coming around the turn, and he was in the midst of that. and he had to dig down and pull off this victory, Gabby. It was a nice one, and return to sprinting seems as though it was the key for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, for sure. This horse has so much natural speed that he at least was able to be forwardly placed, but not necessarily on the lead in the early stages, and it was a game performance holding off the late charge of the number 6, Donald's Creek, late in the end. Congratulations to the Connections 4, 6, 9 unofficially here to kick off that late pick 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. The 4 Vice Versa was first. 6 Donald's Creek was second. 9 Stay Happy was third. 3 Complexifier was fourth. And 5 Elgar was fifth. 4, 6, 9, 3, 5 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race. 4 Vice Versa, owned by Steve Asmussen, who is also the trainer. Back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Vice Versa, 4-year-old gelded son of Speightstown out of Deja Vu by Giants Causeway. Bred in Kentucky by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.57 seconds. The results are official for Keeneland's 6th race, 4, 6, 9, 3, 5, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,394. Turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet, no changes in race 7. Looking ahead to the 8th race. In race 8, scratch the 2 Honest Mischief. That's the 8th race, scratch 2 Honest Mischief. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 8. Featured 9th race, the Pin Oak Valley View. Scratch the 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7 Pranked. The jockey 1 pound over. 10th and final race, scratch 6 Destiny's Darling. That's in the 10th race, scratch 6 Destiny's Darling.
It is late pick 4 time here at Keeneland Racecourse, and this is a very good sequence ahead of us. Keep in mind, yesterday in leg number 1, we had a 47-1 upset winner in that first leg. Not suggesting that that can happen here, but there are horses at prices that would not be surprising whatsoever. And High Crime is getting attention down to 4-1. He is where I start here for Darren Miller, a colt by Violence, Silverton Hill, the ownership of this colt. He cuts back in distance to 5.5. The last time he went 5.5 was over the soft going at Ellis Park at the beginning of August. I feel that this horse is going to get back to the form that we saw from him at Churchill at the beginning of June. After that, they took the big swing in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. He actually led for a bit of that race before being passed by the Grade 1 winners such as Raging Bull and War of Will. So you've got to credit him for that performance in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, and you utilize him here today at 4-1. Whether you're playing the pick 4, which we suggest that you need to take a swing in this because it's going to be one of those sequences that you can come away with some good cash at the end of it, or if you're just looking for the win bet, I think High Crime 4-1, very good price right now on the tote board. Then I'll go to the number 2 horse, Power End, a colt by Street Boss. His start was just speaking to his owner, Jeff Bloom, about this colt. He said it was the worst start possible. So for him to run the third that he did at Kentucky Downs, going 7/8 of a mile, you got to give him a big look. He has those 2 nice wins in a row at Lone Star, going 5/8 of a mile, and ran very quickly in both of them. So he is a contender at 14-1. One that you must consider. And same with Never Have I Ever at 12-1. Maybe I'm partial because I grew up in the Chicagoland area, and this is a gelding that has done all the good up at Arlington Park. But Brittany Vandenberg claimed this horse for RSR Racing Services for $4,000 back at the end of July, and all he's done is win 3 races in a row. He is a speedster through and through. He's run fast times in those. I know that this is a step up in class, but you have to respect this winner, Gabby. When horses win, they oftentimes can just keep on rolling as he has. He knows what his job is to do out there, and that's put himself out in the front. And look at the margins that he's winning these races. It's not like he's winning them by a nose. He's running them there off their feet by 4.5, 5.5 lengths. Watch out for Never Have I Ever at 12-1.
And that's almost impossible to do in a turf sprint. When a horse is winning like that in a turf sprint, that definitely means that they're seriously outclassing their competition. So the step up in class, I do believe, is warranted. So good luck to the connections here, the 3 Never Have I Ever. I did not use in the top 3, but a very cool story here. I just think it's going to be a fast pace. Never Have I Ever seems to have speed. High Crime is definitely quick. Explorer, getting to the turf for the first time, is very fast too. Now look, sometimes I'm not the best at predicting pace scenarios in these 5 furlong turf sprints, but at least on paper it does look like a contested and a hot pace. So I land on the 4 Race Driver as the top selection here, 14-1. So a very nice price you're getting on this particular runner. His last win was at the fairgrounds back in February, where he closed from off of the pace to get the win that day. However, since then, I do think he's gone against legitimate competition, including his last race here at Keeneland during the summer meeting. We saw Maven, the winner of the race, go gate to wire. Really, there were no horses in that race that were making any moves except Race Driver, and he had to go very wide around the final turn. There were a couple of horses who checked, had bad trips, and I'm not saying that directly affected him, but I do think it affected when his rider could make his move. So it was a little bit of a delayed move too. Altogether, I thought it was a very good performance in a tough field, and I think he might be able to get the right type of setup today with the presence of so much pace in here. The 11 Competitive Saint, I think, is interesting here at 9-2 as well. You have to give him a pass for his last race. He was bumped hard and lost his footing coming out of the gate. And from then on, Gabe Saez, who was aboard him that day, just kind of packed it up and protected this horse around the course. So, yeah, that's a completely, you have to draw a line through that last race. And I don't often say that, but you really have to, because all hope was lost immediately coming out of the starting gate. You look to his race 2 starts back. He was good enough to finish second to Jack and Noah, who looks like a very promising horse for Gary Barber. And then he won an allowance race, a very tough allowance race at Saratoga over the summer. So the form is definitely there. Let's hope he can just have a little better racing luck this afternoon. And then the 9, Explorer. He gets to the turf today for the first time. He's by Orb out of Forest Wildcat Mare. This horse has been quick, and at least he has one good race off of the layoff. He came in off of a long layoff last time out for trainer Brad Cox, and he was the beaten favorite in that event, but Rubus was the winner. Overall, I thought it was a very tough two other than allowance race. The question is he going to be as effective on the turf? Now, I did look up some statistics, and these are negative statistics, and playing devil's advocate for a horse that is trying something new for the first time as your favorite at 2-1. Orb's progeny, turf sprints versus dirt sprints. He wins. They usually win at 8% in turf sprints, and that number bumps up to 15% in dirt sprints. So honestly, watching some of his progeny, they've been surely capable on the turf, but in particular in sprints, they seem to be a little bit more effective on the dirt. So we will see if this horse can in fact improve on the surface change today, but he is very, very fast, and he's strong looking. He certainly looks like a sprinter. And here's your 5-2 favorite. A tough allowance race here coming up next. Again, this does kick off that late pick 4, $2,000 guarantee in the pick 4 sequence. I'm just using the 4, 9, 11, and hopefully we progress to later races. This sequence, of course, does include the featured event, race 9, which is the grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View as well. So a very nice sequence here today, and it kicks off in 14 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. The Broken Vow, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, which is listed good. Rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering started the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,394. No changes in this 7th race. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race 7 is coming up next here in just 6 minutes to start the guaranteed $200,000 late pick 4, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And we'll start off with the current favorite in the number 9, Explorer, getting to the turf for the first time. This horse is 2-1 on the board right now. He is massive. This horse has so much size and scope. He definitely still looks like a sprinter. He's big, but he's powerful. He's got a very big, strong shoulder. He's very strong in his engine behind the saddle, too. So there's no doubt about it that he's definitely a sprinter. I mean, you can see that from his past races. And he's sharp today. Watching him come out to the track under Florent Geroux, he was kind of bouncing off of the pony, just really feeling the fall crisp air today. But the question is whether or not he can translate his dirt speed and his form to the turf. To me, he almost kind of looks more like a dirt horse than a turf sprinter. So we will see. He looks very talented. He's very quick, but I think it's also a matter of distance, too. I think the 5.5 furlongs is probably perfect for him, but 5-2, I still have my reservations about this horse maybe even being better on the turf surface today. The number 7 horse, High Crime, Scott, this is a horse I know you like. He looks good today. He really does. I think you and I have become familiar with him in the afternoon, seeing him run a couple of times, and he looks better than he's looked in quite some time.
Yeah, there are some really good-looking horses in this race, to be fair, but he is one of the headliners from a looks perspective, and we're still continuing to get that really good price on him. 4-1 on the board right now is what he sits with 4 minutes to post. I want to take you over to the 2 Power End real quickly. Talk about another good-looking colt. I just was having a conversation with Jeff Bloom of Bloom Racing again and asked him, how in the world did you get this horse for $37,000? He said he was just one of the under-the-radar horses back during that sale, and he talked again about the tough start that he had, and also he was telling me how Ricardo Santana Jr., when he came out from the jocks room to be legged up on this colt, was just saying to him how much he absolutely loves this colt. So this is one of the best betting races I think that we have seen during this meet, and we've had a lot of very good betting races. So this is again, can't emphasize enough how good of a start and how good of a sequence this is as far as the pick four is concerned.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And this horse was a standout on the track, as well as the number 6 horse, Grandel. I just wanted to check in with this horse because when you're looking to construct that late pick four ticket, I think you kind of want to use some long shots in here. And I know he's quick. This is a big step up in class for him, but he was another one that kind of caught my eye. I don't know if he gets the right type of trip with the presence of so much pace in here, but he sure does look like a good-looking horse on track for trainer Chris Davis. The number 6 Grandel on the board at 14-1. But Scott is right. This is a tough, tough race. My suggestion would be to have some coverage here in the first leg of the late pick four. We're 3 minutes out. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th, the Broken Vow. Start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick four, presented by TVG.
Don't get Scott over here.
They are at the post. And they're off. There goes High Crime for the lead. Never Have I Ever is also outrunning for the lead and moves up and takes the advantage. Never Have I Ever leads at a half length here in the early going. High Crime goes second, a length and a half. Infinite goes third ahead. Explorer fourth on the outside of that one. And Artemis City Limits fifth at the entry to the far turn. Grand Doll is down toward the inside in sixth. Competitive Saint is seventh. Power End is eighth. Shackelford's Joy is ninth. Race Driver is in 10th. And Kitten's Man is last of the 11. Opening quarter went in 21.28 seconds. Never Have I Ever and High Crime go at it for the top spot. Matching strides off the far turn. Gap of 4 back to Artemis City Limits, who tries to close that gap from third. Still has work to do, though, coming into the final furlong. Never Have I Ever and High Crime continue their battle for the top spot. They are 5 lengths to the good. Back to Artemis City Limits. Infinite moves up the inside third. Shackelford's Joy and Power End running late, but High Crime has the lead. High Crime in front by a length and a half. Power End is running on late, and so too is Race Driver down to the line, and it is prevailing in the closing strides across the wire after turning back every challenge down the stretch in a cavalry charge. High Crime to win it.
What an effort from this son of violence for Darren Miller and Silverton Hill, involved in that battle with the speedster, the 3 who ran another great race. Never Have I Ever, but just too much for him was the number 7 horse in here, High Crime.
He was very good today. You can even tell him strutting his stuff before the race today, Scott. So he was definitely on his best game today, the 7 High Crime getting the victory. But it was a cavalry charge for second. It's going to come to a photo for the second and third place finisher, Scott.
Photo for place, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 7 High Crime was first. In the photo for place, 2 Power End was second. 4 Race Driver was third. 8 Infinite was fourth, and 1 Shackelford's Joy fifth, 72481, and those results are now official. Official winner of race 7, the Broken Vow, in the winner's circle now is 7 High Crime, owned by Silverton Hill of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, who bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Darren Miller. Tyler Gaffalione is the winning jockey. High Crime is a 4-year-old son of Violence out of Done in Love by Smart Strike. 1 minute 2.24 seconds. The time for the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 2 Honest Mischief. 2 Honest Mischief is a scratch. No superfecta as a result on this 8th race. Main track is listed fast. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, the Pin Oak Valley View. Scratch the 2 In Good Spirits and scratch the 8 Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 2 In Good Spirits and scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7 Pranked, the jockey 1 pound over. 10th and final race, scratch the 6 Destiny's Darling. 10th and final race, scratch 6 Destiny's Darling.
Race number 8, a 4 other than allowance race, optional $150,000 tag for those not eligible for the 4 other than, and we have got some serious sprinters in this event. 6 furlongs the distance. Right now, the outside horse is the favorite. That's Admiral Lynch for Mike Maker, coming off of a run in the DeFrancis Dash back on October 3rd, just a few weeks back, really less than a few weeks. But I think that Manny Waugh, this is where I start. 7-2. He was down to 5-2 just a moment ago, so he's drifting a bit. This son of Will Take Charge. I've always been a fan of him. Ran in the Malibu last season at the age of 3 behind Omaha Beach in part of that great campaign that Omaha Beach put together at the age of 3. He's come back. He's fired big races just about each and every time. He was only beaten a length and a quarter to Whitmore in the Grade 3 Count Fleet Stakes at Oaklawn Park over a track in which Whitmore has just been a dominant force in the sprinting ranks over the last several seasons. He was third to now retired Volatile, who was one of the best sprinters that we saw run this season in the Atreides, and then recently was third at Ellis Park going 6.5. Getting back to 6 is ideal. He's won here in the past. He's got Corey Lannery, who's ridden his last 3 starts. He's a grand-looking individual. You can see him there, Chestnut son of Will Take Charge. I think that the trip is going to be perfect. He's off the rail. He's got speed to run at. Watch for him just off the pace here today at 7-2. That is Manny Waugh. Cool Arrow is my second choice. He's in for the $150,000 tag as he doesn't have the condition eligibility to run without running for the tag. Last seen winning a Grade 3 in the Smile Sprint at Gulfstream Park in 108-4. It's interesting that they opt for this spot versus they clearly could have had this horse in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix on opening weekend, but here he is, and he's looking for 4 wins in a row. He's fast. The rail draw is not ideal. He did win from the rail at Gulfstream Park, but I just think that he was so much better than those horses, it wasn't going to matter in the open lead stakes on August 2nd. This is much tougher, probably, than what he even saw last time out in that Grade 3 event in the Smile Sprint. So he's 3-1 right now, is the Coast second choice, along with Manny Waugh. And then finally, the number 4 horse, that is Seven Nation Army, the horse that Gabby's going to go on about here in just a second. But and I don't mean that in a bad way, Gabby, but seriously, you talked about him this morning. He's fast. That's the bottom line. He's a very good horse. And you brought up a good point to who he was second to last time out in the David Vance stakes at Remington. That was a very good horse that he faced off against in his most recent start.
Yeah, people might look to the race in which he went against Admiral Lynch and even Honest Mischief and Manny Waugh and think to themselves, well, maybe he just can't compete with this level of competition. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I do think that he needs the lead, though, today. So I'm hoping for an aggressive ride by Julien Leparoux to get this horse forwardly placed or on the lead, because I think it makes all the difference. His last race was very good. A lot of people will look at the race and think, okay, well, what did he face in that Remington Park stakes race? Well, he faced Chief Cicatrez, who is very good himself. He got a 102 Beyer speed figure for that victory. Type of race like that's faster than anybody he really competes or he is going against here today. And then on top of that, he is a Grade 3 winner. So yes, he did go against some solid company in his most recent event. The number 6, though, Admiral Lynch, he is certainly the horse to beat. There's no doubt about that. He's 6-5 on the board, horse to beat. What happened to him last time out and the Grade 3 DeFrancis Dash? I went back and watched that race. I do think that the rail post position completely cost him. He's a horse that needs to be on the lead or at least in the clear forwardly placed. He looked like he absolutely resented being on the inside on the rail. And Daniel Centeno at one point of the race, too, he did have to check. I know that's not in the short comment, but he lost his position, and you can't afford to have any of those types of hiccups at 3/4 on the main track. So with this outside post, he should be in a perfect stalking position. Hopefully he can stalk the 4, or he might just be fast enough to make the lead here today. But again, I think when you search and you look at favorites and their poor performances and you ask yourself, well, what happened in that particular race? That's my conclusion, at least. It was that he hated being on the inside in his most recent race. And then finally, the number 1, Cool Arrow. This is a very nice horse. He's a classy 6-year-old, 10-time winner out of 26 career starts. He's made almost $600,000 in earnings, and he's on a roll right now. He's coming into this race with 3 consecutive victories, including the Grade 3 Smile Sprint last time out over Cristo Sky and Double Crown. Now, you know, those are good horses. Are they this quality? Probably not, but he certainly has been beating his competition pretty easily. Maybe not so last time out, but the starts 2 and 3 back, yes, he's been demolishing that competition. I think Joe Talamo could get a very nice stalking trip towards the inside in this compact field and go from there. I still kind of question the class because he is going against some really good horses today, but he certainly is coming into the race in very good form for trainer Terry Pompey. So I talked about 3 horses. I know Scott really likes the 3 Maniwal. This isn't the biggest field, but it is a very potent field of the 6 furlong dirt sprinters, a 4 other than allowance race coming up next in 14 minutes.
Please note that at Keeneland, the condition of the turf has been upgraded to firm. Turf condition now firm here at Keeneland. Main track is fast. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Alternation Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $150,000. 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 2, Honest Mischief. Scratch the 2, Honest Mischief. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 8. Post time, 7 minutes.
Six minutes out from the 8th race, a 4 other than allowance race, 6 furlongs on the main track. And this race featured some very, very nice sprinters, including this one, the 6, Admiral Lynch. And he is your 8-5 favorite right now, and I think rightly so. Again, the reason why I think that he did not run well last time out in the grade 3 on Pimlico, at Pimlico on Preakness weekend was because he didn't like that inside post draw. But I do think that it's encouraging that he comes back off of relatively short rest. To me, that's a positive sign for Mike Maker. And it also, reading between the lines, it makes me think that they thought that he had a legitimate excuse and he's coming into the race in good form. And he certainly looks it. Look at this horse on track. He just possesses a lot of confidence. He also looks incredibly fit. He's got so much muscle definition on his shoulder and behind the saddle, everything. He's definitely looks focused today, and I think we could see a reversal of form for this horse, the 6, Admiral Lynch, on the track. Now, the 5, Bon Raison, a second time coming out of the Jack Sisterson barn. Now, they tried this horse on the turf. He's had turf performances several times before in the past, and he also kind of looks like a turf horse, so I really didn't think that there was any harm in trying this horse over the Kentucky Downs lawn last time out. It was a soft turf, and he didn't run well, and he also ran against one of the best turf sprinters in the country in Imprimis. So I think you can give him a little bit of a pass for that. But before that, he was running competitive races, especially that race at Saratoga against Admiral Lynch and Honest Mischief. So if you kind of look at that race, I think it probably puts him into contention here today. And he just looks bright. He looks happy on the track. So some positive signs for the 5, Bon Raison, for Jack Sisterson. And then finally, the 1, Cool Arrow, for trainer Terry Pompey. This is just a classy horse that just seems like he knows exactly what he has to do. I was watching him coming out to the track, and he just seems so alert, so ready to go, and just very professional on the track today too. So we'll see what kind of trip Joe Talamo can get on the rail post, but he's definitely been a fun horse to kind of follow throughout his career, a 10-time winner, and I think he fits these conditions well, and he's coming into this race pretty much in the best form of his life for trainer Terry Pompey. But just looking at these horses warming up on track, I really do think it's go time for the 6, Admiral Lynch. We'll see if he can turn it around today as we're 4 minutes out from the 8th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Alternation.
Don't you want to take them all and love them?
Moving into line for race 8.
Yeah, and it's like double pillar.
Now look at him say, I'll put the tones on just for you. They ain't doing nothing. Should have took him in here and done it. All right, Joe, nice one, brother.
They are at the post. And they're off. Cool Arrow is quick into stride, comes right out for the lead. Admiral Lynch is there up on the far outside. 7, Nation Army is away running in third. Bone Rayson is in fourth, and Manny Waugh, last of the 5, scoots over toward the rail, picks up one spot here as the field heads up the back stretch. Cool Arrow is the leader. Cool Arrow leads it by a half length to Admiral Lynch, who's second by 2 lengths. 7, Nation Army is third outward from the rail by a half length. Manny Waugh fourth down toward the inside by a length. And finally, Bone Rayson, who's at the back as the field moves midway on the far turn. Lead battle continues after an opening quarter in 22.29 seconds. Admiral Lynch is there from the outside to put ahead in front. Cool Arrow is still there toward the inside, a close second off the turn. Top of the stretch, gap of 2. 7, Nation Army swings wide, and here's Manny Waugh going to split the difference down toward the inside. 7, Nation Army far outside comes after Admiral Lynch. Manny Waugh trying to sneak through between horses, one lane off the rail, and still Cool Arrow there down toward the inside into the final furlong. Manny Waugh moves up and takes the lead from Cool Arrow, 7, Nation Army, and then Admiral Lynch and Bone Rayson. Manny Waugh with the lead. Bone Rayson is running on. Manny Waugh, Bone Rayson at the line. Photo for the win. Either Bone Rayson from the outside or Manny Waugh for the top spot.
Both of these runners deserve this victory. Manny Waugh in between horses here. He's battling on with the speedsters, including that graded stakes winner down to his inside. And where does Bone Rayson come from? he comes from dead last to make this a race.
I really didn't think that Bon Raison was going to be a factor at all in this race, but as soon as Adam Beschizza turns his horse out to the center of the track, he gets his ground underneath of him or his feet underneath of him and starts gobbling up ground. Scott, I need a closer look. And ask and you shall receive here. We're going to take a closer look at the finish between Manny Waugh and the 5 Bon Raison. It's going to come down to a head bob, way too close for me to call.
No idea. It's in the hands of the judges. A close one again here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: 5 Bon Raison was first, the 3 Manny Waugh was second, 4 Seven Nation Army was third, and 1 Cool Arrow fourth. 5-3-4-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the alternation, 5 Bon Raison. Owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jack Sisterson, Adam Beschizza rides his second winner on today's card. Bon Raison, a 5-year-old son of Raison d'Etat, out of Padmore by French Deputy, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 9.75 seconds. Results of race 8, official, 5-3-4-1, the official results. Keeneland's featured 9th race upcoming, 30th running of the Pin Oak Valley View Stakes, a Grade 3. Turf is now listed firm, rail at 10 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2, In Good Spirits. Scratch the 8, Lucky Betty. Again, scratch 2, In Good Spirits. Scratch the 8, Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7, Pranked. The jockey is 1 pound over. The 10th and final race, scratch the 6, Destiny's Darling. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 6, Destiny's Darling.
The Grade 3 feature is in front of us. The Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View Stakes, $150,000 for the straight 3-year-old fillies. This does start the late daily double. Antoinette on the outside, no surprises that she's the 2-1 favorite. Second choice is where I will go as my top selection, Duopoly, a daughter of Animal Kingdom, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. She brought $160,000 that afternoon and was purchased by Clarovich Stables. She's trained by Chad Brown, and I think she's just developed. That's the look here. She debuted at Churchill. They gave her time off of her debut. She shows up at Monmouth Park, gets that good race together that afternoon, and then progresses from there. For her to win at Monmouth and then be sent up to Saratoga to the mainstream of Chad Brown, it tells you exactly how she's progressed. And now she gets the opportunity to pick up a graded stakes victory. She's got speed. She's got a good draw to utilize it. And she's got Tyler Gaffalione, who excels on the grass. Duopoly, a lot of reasons to like her, and the price is not bad either, 3-1. Mock in Marrakesh for Ignacio Correas. The fourth is my second choice, a 3-year-old filly who's looking for her first victory here in the United States. She started off her career undefeated at the age of 2 in England. She ran against Graded Stakes Company in Deauville before coming over here and competing in the Grade 2 Natalma. She ran some big races after that, but she's been a bit inconsistent as of late. We'll see if she can get back on track. The talent's there. It's just a matter of uncovering it and getting her to unleash the sort of runs that we've seen from her when she's put together those strong efforts. 6-1, that is a very good price on a filly that certainly can wake up and put together a big effort in this spot. And then finally, Antoinette on the outside. The draw is not ideal, but the Bill Mott barn is clicking right now. He's looking for another graded stakes victory this week alone at Keeneland. They took the feature yesterday, the Sycamore Stakes, with Red Knight, who was very impressive. But I also wonder, too, Gabby, is this distance going to be ideal for her? Is she going to be outrun early and they're going to change tactics up and she'll be closing late? We'll see. It's going to be a tough trip regardless, and we'll see if she's got the talent in order to put it all together here today.
I worried about that as well, Scott. I actually do think that she has blossomed as the distances have gotten longer. So now with her shortening back up in distance, I don't know if we're going to see the same type of performance. Whereas the 11 Stunning Sky, this is why I landed on the 11 Stunning Sky as the top selection for a couple of reasons. Number one, I thought one of her best races on form was in the Grade 2 Lake Placid at 1 1/8 up at Churchill. So she gets back to this distance. She seems very versatile, but she has managed to run very good races at 1 16, 1 1/8, and sometimes even a mile. So she's got that versatility. I also don't mind this post position. Obviously, it's not ideal, but for her running style at this distance, I think she should be able to tuck in, save some ground going into the first turn, because she is kind of that horse that will be closing from off of the pace at this distance. On top of that, she went against Antoinette and the Saratoga Oaks at 1 3/16. I actually thought she had a worse trip than Antoinette that day. She kind of looked like she brushed the gate coming out of the gate that day, and then she had a wide trip throughout under Irad Ortiz, whereas Antoinette, she hugged the hedge the entire way around there and had a beautiful trip under Johnny Velazquez. So maybe with a little bit of difference in racing luck, she could turn the tables. Now, Antoinette, I do respect, but there's, I think, a little bit of legitimacy in that maybe she is a little bit better at longer distances and her ability to be on the lead at those longer distances. I don't think she's going to be able to outrun the one Duopoly on the rail with the post position and at this distance. She is a very good horse, but again, I think you have to be realistic and play devil's advocate for the favorite in a race like this. It's a tough race. I do respect her, but there are some things to consider here. The one Duopoly on the rail is going to be the third selection here in the Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View, because especially with the scratches of the number 2 and the 8, Lucky Betty, those two fillies at this distance figured to be part of the early pace. With them out, Duopoly looks like she should be able to control with the rail post position. She's also faced some pretty decent horses in her last 2 races, including La Shara, the filly that she beat last out. She would come back to win any other than at Belmont. So those races have been productive, and she's won them so easily that it does look like she could take that step forward against Graded Stakes Company in good fashion. So She's a filly that I think will be able to dictate things from the real post draw under Tyler Gaffalione and just take it from there. But this is a step up. I think she is worthy of this class test, though, here today. You can see on the board she is 3-1. Your favorite Antoinette at 2-1. My top selection is the 11 Stunning Sky at 6-1. But there are some very nice fillies in this rendition of the Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View Stakes. And in fact, a fun little note here, not one of these trainers in this field has won this race before in the past. Mike Maker, Chad Brown, Ignacio Correas, even Bill Mott. None of these trainers have won the Valley View before in the past, so it will be a first for one of them as we are set to go 15 minutes out from the Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 30th running of the Pin Oak Valley View Stakes. Grade 3, mile and a 16th on the firm turf, rail at 10 feet today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, no carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. Scratch the 2 in Good Spirits, also scratch 8 Lucky Betty. Overweight, the 7 pranked 1 pound of overweight. Here's the post parade now for the Pin Oak Valley View. 1 is Duopoly, owned by the Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 2 is scratched. 3 is Princess Grace, owned by Susan and John Moore, trained by Michael Stidham. Sean Bridgemahan is the jockey. 4, Walk in Marrakesh, owned by the Marybelle Stable LLC of John Moores and Charles Knoll, trained by Ignacio Correas, Brian Hernandez Jr. to ride. 5 is Vitesh, owned by Marianne Charleston, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Julian Leperoux. 6, How Ironic, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver, Rafael Bejarano to ride. 7, Pranked, owned by Nicole Livier, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey David Cohen. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Sugar Fix, owned by Mad Dog Racing Stable of Larry Dorman, trained by Safi Joseph. Adam Beskitza will ride. 10 is Outburst, owned by Mark DeTample, by TSF Thoroughbred Racing LLC of Terrell Fry, owned also by Rebecca Hillen, trained by Eddie Keneally. Florent Giroux is the jockey. 11, Stunning Sky, owned by the Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, Mike Maker, the trainer, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. And 12, Antoinette, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, Manny Franco to ride. Post time is 6 minutes.
Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View is coming up next at a mile and a 16th on the turf, and we'll start with a rail horse, the number 1 Duopoly, for trainer Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffalione in the irons today. And this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to see this filly up close, and I'm pretty impressed. She looks like a very classy horse on track. She just looks like she's behaving herself very, very well. It's kind of funny because she seems so calm and relaxed, but she does possess so much early speed. So yeah, I'm definitely impressed by this horse, and I think she could be one of the horses to beat in here. The number 5, Watez, for trainer Ian Wilkes. This is a filly that really caught my eye on track today, Scott. She's not the biggest filly when you compare her to some of the other competitors in this race, but boy, does she look good. She is dappled. Her coat looks great. She just looks like a healthy horse, and I know that you have you just spoke to Ian Wilkes. What did he have to say about her today?
Well, I asked her how much she's changed from 2 to 3, because we saw her here this time last year in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, finished second behind Sweet Melania, who displayed that speed on that afternoon. He said, she's gotten stronger. That's been the aspect of her change from 2 to 3. And he says she's done well since she's come back down from Saratoga. Asked him where he'd like to see her as far as a trip is concerned. He says he thinks that she likes cover. He says she's had some dream trips where she's been on the outside of horses and she just doesn't put it all together in the end. He says putting her in cover gets her adrenaline pumping a little bit more, he feels, so they're going to look to get some cover for her. And she's one of the fillies that, looking at her, talking to Ian, and going back and remembering that race from last year, she wasn't initially on my radar, but she certainly is right now, as she just clicked down to 7-1.
Yeah, I was a little down on her because of her performance against Sweet Melania, who would come back to run poorly in the QE2 here at Keeneland, but maybe she's just a horse that's starting to progress. She certainly looks like it in the coat and in the flesh. She looks great on track today. And then finally, the 11, Stunning Sky. This is my top selection. She is all leg, Scott. You can just see her warming up on track too. She almost has a little bit of an awkwardness to her as she kind of flails her feet out in front of her. But she is a very classy looking filly here. I just wonder if she, can get her feet underneath of her, if she can save ground going into the first turn and get some cover under Ricardo Santana Jr. That's going to be key for her here today. I just kind of wanted to mention her physical build because she is long and lean and definitely a different build than the 5 Watez. Two very different physical types here as we are 3 minutes out from the Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View Stakes here. A very, very tough event. 3 minutes out from the featured 9th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 30th running of the Pin Oak Valley View, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Pin Oak Valley View. Walk in Marrakesh is away in good order. Here's Outburst along with Sugar Fix from in between horses. Those three out toward the center of the course move up to go to the front. Duopoly is away running in the fourth position, and Princess Grace is fifth back toward the inside as they head for the first turn. It will be Outburst who moves on and has the early lead. Outburst clears the inside traffic, gets over to the rail into the turn, and leads it by a length and a half. Walk in Marrakesh goes second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Duopoly against the rail is third by a length. Sugar Fix is fourth just off her flank. Princess Grace fifth back toward the inside. Antoinette 1 lane off the rail in sixth and running 6 lengths off the lead. And then a gap of 2 more back to Pranked in the 7th position. Followed by Vitesh between horses in 8th. Stunning Sky is 9th toward the center of the course. How Ironic, last of the 10. 22.71 seconds for the quarter, 46.23 seconds for the opening half mile. Outburst is the leader. Walk in Marrakesh is second. A length separate the top 2 into the far turn. Duopoly is third against the rail by a neck. Sugar Fix is fourth on her outside. Antoinette is fifth toward the outside. Still 5 lengths off the lead. And then comes Princess Grace down toward the inside in the 6th position. Vitesh and Stunning Sky both are 8 lengths from the front as they turn for home. Outburst, the leader. Walk in Marrakesh starts to draw alongside from second. Sugar Fix in third. And Princess Grace in fourth. Duopoly down to the inside. Princess Grace moves forward for the lead. Stunning Sky is running late, but Princess Grace has the advantage. Princess Grace opening up by 4 lengths. Stunning Sky still trying. 2 lengths, 1 length. How Ironic is running late. Stunning Sky rallies in the final 16th for Ricardo Santana Jr. to win the Pin Oak Valley View. 1 minute 41.33 seconds, a stakes record.
It's Stunning Sky in the end, using those big, long legs to her advantage as she gets up in the shadow of the wire at odds of 5-1.
This was a sensational ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. just to take her back from off of the pace, try to save ground going into that turn, and then wheeling her out at the top of the stretch and letting her legs stretch in the middle of the race course coming down the lane here. So congratulations to the Connections. This was a very exciting finish. The 11 Stunning Sky getting this graded stakes score for trainer Mike Maker.
Photo finish, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. The 11 Stunning Sky was first. 3 Princess Grace was second. 6 How Ironic was third. 5 Vitesh was fourth. And 1 Duopoly fifth. 11-3-6-5-1 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured ninth race official 11-3-6-5-1. The official results for race 9. Official winner of the ninth race feature, the 30th running of the Pin Oak Valley View Stakes, Grade 3, 11 Stunning Sky, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston. 2 wins today for trainer Mike Maker, 3 wins today for jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Stunning Sky, a 3-year-old filly by Declaration of War out of Skywalk by Unbridled Song, the winner bred in Kentucky by Stephen J. McDonald. The Keeneland sales graduate gets a mile and a 16th over the firm turf in a stakes record 1 minute 41.33 seconds. On the turf course, Mr. Clifford Berry, manager, Pin Oak Stud, makes the trophy presentation for the featured Pin Oak Valley View to the connections of number 11, Stunning Sky. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,583. A reminder, scratch the 6, Destiny's Darling.
The Pin Oak Valley View goes to Stunning Sky as she rambles late to pick up this victory under Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo, how were you able to work out that kind of trip from the outside draw that you had?
Well, she's a long tri filly. She broke pretty good today, and the pay was pretty high today. And that's all the race. The race was set up perfect for her today.
How did it feel when you turned her loose down the stretch?
Well, I turned from home. She switched the lead to the right leg, and she gave it to me everything she had today.
Job well done. Heck of a ride from the outside post. Mike, as you were watching this race develop and seeing the fractions posted on the screen on the infield, what were you thinking?
Very pleased with the fractions. Race didn't shape up the way I thought it would, but left in Ricardo's hands, and he rode a great race.
What was the biggest difference today versus her recent runs?
Now that she ran some game races, unlucky to lose at Saratoga, and very deserving, I think. Such a classy, big filly. Glad to get a stakes win for Peter Proscia.
How do you envision the future panning out for her as she moves on to the latter part of her 3-year-old season and on into 4?
As big as she is, I think as she gets older, I think we'll go, marathon distance, no doubt about it.
Well, job well done.
Thank you.
Another win for Mike Maker, this time in the Pin Oak Valley View. Just about ready for the Riders Up call here for the 10th and final. Just 13 minutes away from the final race today. 20 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime, sprinting 6.5 furlongs. I'm looking at the 3-horse, Mrs. Malevolence.
I have a tough time with that word too.
Good
Scott,
luck,
don't
Kurt
worry.
Becker. He'll nail it, though, I promise you. A daughter of violence who takes a drop down in class here today off of a starter allowance try at Kentucky Downs. She's got me all flustered. Back on dirt, I think that the added distance won't be a problem for Chelsea Cody. Daughter of Violence, my top play, 4-1 right now with this filly. She's Diamante is my second choice, the number 2 horse for Phil Simms. Good debut in a maiden special weight. Shows up here off of that maiden special weight win at Thistledown. And this has actually got to be considered to jump up in class. Obviously facing winners for the first time, but debuting there in a maiden special weight worth 20. Shows up here for 20,000 and a purse of 22,000. You got to respect her victory, though, against this group. She certainly fits against this group, undoubtedly, here today. And then finally, the number 1 horse will round things out for me. Johnny Ortiz sends this filly forward off of an okay race last time out. So she'll have to show some speed from the inside, and we'll see how she does with the added distance of 6.5 furlongs. But she's run credible races in her dirt sprints when she's spotted correctly. And let's face it, she is in the right spot here today off of that run for 10,000. I don't think it's that big of a jump up really at all for her from 10,000 to 20,000 here today.
All right, Scott. I, too, am on the number 3, Miss Malevolence. Ooh, got it done this time. 4-1 on the board. I actually changed my opinion late because my top selection originally was the 6 Destiny's Darling. So when I revisited this race, I really did think that she could have the tactical advantage towards the inside. She's very quick, and she's been quick at 5 furlongs. So just imagine how fast she will be at the 6.5 furlong distance here today. The 8-horse Veiled Vixen, blinkers coming off her for trainer Steve Hobby. You know, she has to be respected because of the class relief. But, you know, there's always a bit of a question as she has not been seen since November of last year, so a pretty lengthy layoff. I'm not worried about her fitness. I'm just worried if she is the same mare that she was before the long layoff. But she certainly looks sharp in the paddock today and ready to go. And then finally, the 5 Competitive Fire. I'm not crazy about this horse's last race, but it does seem like the Connections just wanted to try something new off of the layoff, sprinting on the turf. That did not work out well, but this filly does come back to the main track and to a sprint distance where I do think she is best, although she doesn't really have a lot of speed. And with the scratch of the 6 Destiny's Darling, I'm just wondering if this race will set up for her, if that pace will come back to her. To me, I don't think it will, but I do think that she is good enough and classy enough to finish in the top 3 at 7-1. So the saddles are on. Riders will be up shortly. We are 10 minutes out from the 10th and final race on this Friday afternoon.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, $20,000 claiming price, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,583. Scratch the 6, Destiny's Darling. 6 Destiny's Darling is a scratch. Post time at 7 minutes.
Just 6 minutes away from the nightcap on this 10-race card, and we'll start with the 2-horse. She's Diamante. I missed it the first time as well. This is a daughter of gemologist who looks well out on the racetrack. Gabby, I'm going to let you talk because I can't.
I would have said Dynamite, so I don't know if you and I are. It's the last race on a Friday, Scott. The 2 looks very nice on track. I agree with you. Watching these fillies in the post parade, she was one of the better looking horses, and honestly, one of the more prepared horses too. She just looks fit. She looks ready to go. At first, I didn't pick her in the top 3 because I questioned the overall class of that last race, but she won that maiden special weight pretty easily, so it looks like she could take the step forward today. I like her at 7-2.
Yeah, I think she's a fit. I don't think Phil Simms would mess around and waste a race and put her in too far over her head. The number 4 horse, Duchess of Grace, is 17-1. A nice looking gray mare, 5-year-old mare, lightly raced, only her 9th career start, but she had good energy as she was coming out onto the race course.
She definitely did. I agree with you on that. And it's surprising because she's coming into the race on back-to-back subpar performances, especially her last race when she was bet down a 3-1. But Scott, she doesn't really look like a turf horse, so I think she's getting back to better conditions today.
Competitive fire, the 5 for Paul Holthus. She'll get back onto dirt. She's a filly that will try to rally late, and I think that this is probably a distance that is going to allow her to be at her best. Not quite sharp enough to go 6. Obviously not good enough to go the 2-turn mile as she did at Oaklawn Park, but 6.5 could help her put together that late run that you would expect from her.
It's funny because she is a smaller, racy-looking physical on track. You would think that she would show a little bit more early speed, but that's not the case here. She is a closer, but I'm happy to see her get a good warm-up under Corey Lannery, something that he always likes to do, Scott.
And then finally, the 8, 5-2, Veiled Vixen. She is currently sitting as the favorite in this race at 5-2, and they're going to take the blinkers off. She's been outfinished against higher quality runners as of late, and the drop down in class is going to help her. She's coming off an 11-month layoff for trainer Steve Hobby.
Yeah, looking at her as a physical, she is a filly that has a good size to her, and she also looks like a filly that holds a lot of condition. So I guess the question would be whether or not she's fit and ready to go in this first race off of that lengthy layoff, but she does look bright. She is a filly that holds a lot of condition, though.
Good luck in the get-out race. Good luck if you're alive in any of these late race, multi-race exotics, because you've earned it to get to this point. You could be in line for a nice payday here at Keeneland, 3 minutes away from the 10th and final.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. They are at the post, and they are off. Veiled Vixen and Little Bella have early speed, both breaking from the far outside. And here comes Ms. Malevolence up to take the lead now by just a head, joined by She's Diamondite, who scoots up the rail. She's Diamondite has the lead now by a neck. Ms. Malevolence second in between horses. Competitive Fire moves up in third up on the outside. Gap of 2 back to Queen of Verona, who is fourth by a neck. And then Duchess of Grace comes next, followed by Veiled Vixen, who's now sixth on the far outside. Actress on Board is seventh. And Little Bella, who broke well, now has dropped out to the back of the pack and is now moving up one spot from last into the far turn. Ms. Malevolence is the leader by just ahead, and here's Competitive Fire right alongside. Opening quarter went in 23.39 seconds. And then a gap of 2.5 lengths more to Veiled Vixen in third, a half length. Queen of Verona fourth by 2. Little Bella now starts to rally back up into fifth. Has to go wide, though. 6 lengths from the front. The leader's already past the quarter pole. That's Ms. Malevolence. Ms. Malevolence leads it by 3 lengths. Little Bella down the far outside. Veiled Vixen tries to go with her. As they move into the final furlong, Little Bella still 3 lengths away from Ms. Malevolence. Ms. Malevolence leads it by 3. Little Bella second by 3. Then Veiled Vixen, Competitive Fire, and Queen of Verona. Little Bella, a final run on the outside. Little Bella trying. Little Bella just would not quit. And neither did Gerardo Corrales. Little Bella gets up in the closing strides.
And that's the thing about it. Corrales just never does seem to stop riding or give up. Even at this point, he's got how many lengths to make up, and he just keeps after it with Little Bella for Carlo Vaccarezza, a filly that was last seen finishing third at this level, and Corrales lifting her up in the final stages to run down Miss Malevolence.
Lifting her up indeed, Scott, because you look at any other horse in the race, and there were no other closers late. She was literally the only horse to make up that type of ground, so a super performance by the number 9, Little Bella today. Congratulations to trainer Carlo Vaccarezza, and a tough beat for the 3 Miss Malevolence in here as well. But the victory goes to the 9 Little Bella in today's nightcap.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 9 Little Bella in the photo finished first. 3 Ms. Malevolence was second. 8 Veiled Vixen third. 1 Queen of Verona fourth. And 5 Competitive Fire fifth. 93815 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, unofficial winner, number 9, Little Bella, owned and trained by Carlo Vaccarezza. Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey for the second time today. Little Bella, 4-year-old filly by Patio Prado out of Little Hazel by Wildcat Air, bred in Florida by Little Dreams LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.82 seconds. Race 10, results official. (93815), the official results for Keeneland's 10th and final race. No perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today at Keeneland. There is a consolation 5 of 6. A carryover for the Pick 6, $50,403 for tomorrow's card. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And there will be a carryover tomorrow for the Super High 5 jackpot of $7,148. Again, $50,000 plus in the Pick 6 carryover for tomorrow. This reminder that with the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races today, we ask that you please do so at this time. and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Pin Oak, thank you and good evening.
Ten-race Friday card in the books, and they continue to roll out first-class racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Another day in which we saw high-level performances, a wonderful late pick four. We saw a wonderful run from High Crimes in that turf sprint, which started off the late pick four. Then it was Bon Raison at 10-1 in a four-then allowance race, picking up the victory there in leg two of the late pick four. Stunning Sky was too much for them here today in the Grade 3 Pin Oak Valley View as Mike Maker just continues to crank out these top-level runners on the turf course. And tomorrow, don't forget, we've got the Lexus Raven Run featuring Four Graces, the track record holder at 7 furlongs, and the Southern California Invader, Venetian Harbor. They'll be clashing in tomorrow's feature. Thank you.